It's time. My illustrious presence has been requested. No, it wasn't requested. This is the same time we're here every week. Same thing. Hi. I hope you're all doing well. It's time to continue defending people that don't want to be defended. In this case, it's Lana Sky. I wonder what we'll find out this time. Maybe who 77777777777 was. Maybe. Oh, I forgot to put my pen away. Let me put my tablet pen away. There we go. Hi, Euryxia. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Hi, Arcade. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. I hope we get some closure today. That would be nice. We'll see. Like, we're pretty late. This is a third day of investigating, so we can't go on much longer. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What happened to you? What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Howdy, Cream. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Maybe. I do have a keen eye for details, so one truth prevails. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. SL9 incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once we finished her work. Wow, this is sounding almost exactly like what happened with Mia and Maya, huh? She was gonna take her out to burgers, and by burgers we mean ramen and or onigiri. You know, they call everything hamburgers in this. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. Like a camera. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can't, I can see it now. Not can't. A permanent picture. Permanent picture. What did you see the instant that the crime occurred? Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of his poor girl? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't good. Any good. I guess she's no artist. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about it? No, I was only asked when I was attacked. About when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? What is it? Not what is that. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by Prosecutor Marshall? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview, and he fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Serial killer. Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me! After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Detention Center. February 24th, Detention Center visitors. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. To me. She sold her soul to me. I own her soul. Well, all the drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Discovery, uncovery. That sounds like a bad Harry Potter spell. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. If she sold it to you, why isn't she doing loot stuff? Oh, maybe she is. And just, not right now. When she's not on screen, you don't know what she's doing. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about it all. Oh my god. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the detective chief of the police back then. But he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience in investigating crime scenes, so you could use the experience in court, right? Gant helped me in the SL9 case. Oh my god. Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detective investigating detectives. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. How lewd. That's like holding hands. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning, and we were desperate for evidence. That was when the final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Cracking cases before reports were filed. Maybe they were all word dirty or used dirty tricks at least. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. Maybe. Like, if you're doing it that consistently, that's a little concerning. Now you tell us. The first on the scene. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. There we go with the smelling blood thing again. What, you smelling some copper? Like, what does this blood smell like? Tacos? Tacos are delicious. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? Yeah, I guess that must be it, but like, if you smell a metallic smell, is blood the first thing you think? You must have, like, the keenest dog sense if you're smelling blood that quickly. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I don't binge on people's flesh. I corrupt people's souls. Why would I know what blood smells like on the regular? I'm not in, like, the hell pits where they do the torturing. That's not my job. It was never my job. I live in a lap of luxury where I get to corrupt people's souls from my comfy, cushy home, or at least I did before I was dragged to the mortal realm. Shows what you know about demon hierarchy. Ha! Silly boy. I can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. Inuyasha fights people. And also, he's like half dog. So you're just proving my dog point. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. Why is she smelling blood enough to recognize it, though, Ripper Ducky? Well, I guess she is fishy. I wouldn't put it past her. She seems like she does illegal things regularly. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Yeah, I guess. But that's not fresh blood at a crime scene generally. That's like old blood. You smell some rot and stuff. This is a like super fresh crime scene, you know? And there didn't seem to be blood on the ground, so how did she smell blood? There was no pool. Does she smell it when somebody has a split lip? Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guessed he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. ... Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live with everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon and Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Well, we don't know the amount of her experience. So, well, I mean, she was, like, pretty high up as a detective, it seems. I don't know, she's still fishy. She is, after all, telling us not to defend her and stuff. I don't trust it. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kinda quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. I do that all the time when I'm doing this. Like, that's like the running thing that happens during these runs. This is your first time here? That's fair.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, huh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Must be his pet cactus.
Say, where are you headed?
Oh, say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself
in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
In the Dark trial.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy? Like Lana?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left scars behind scars on all of us. Blah, 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 blah.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Scars.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and now is demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's...
After the case ended, Lana were transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it happened.
Well, went down, same thing.
It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that day. The
highest honor? You mean the...
King of Prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have been really close to his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years has gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Poor guy.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Poor chap. Okay. Is it criminal affairs? Do I go back in? Yes. Okay. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. I sure hope so. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Not, I mean, they can be pretty chaotic. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Why'd you have to open your fat mouth, Emma? Now I see why Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Where? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Let's do crimes. What a fancy organ. Whoa, where am I? In the chief prosecutor's office. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me. Oh, I missed it out. Okay. I never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk.
Oh, so righto. Have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Oh, he's staring at me again. He's doing that thing where he's really silent for a really long time.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there's a matter that needs my attention. I'm going to lock up now, so let's go out together.
Oh! But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. I wonder.
Underground parking lot? I doubt there's something. Maybe Angel Star will be here? Maybe? Yeah, the chief's not very subtle. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, at 5:15. That doesn't change later. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Luckily, we have all day. My prosecutor's office. Will you help me, Edgeworth? Please, please. No, he won't help us. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than that giant steel samurai. He's got a point. Since when was he so into the steel samurai? Maybe he's like a closet binger. Then again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. What does young Edward sound like? I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it? Well, that's all I could think would be here. Because look at the award, and then look at the award in his hands. There's a sword there. But there's not one on the award now. Where'd that sword go? There's also a very pointy thing there. It looks like it's coming from my boob or my hair, depending on my angle. She doesn't have a sword. It was being blocked. Okay. I'll show you what the picture looks like. Since my boob is blocking it, I'll turn myself off for 2 seconds. Okay. Here I am. It's the suit of armor here that has the sword. And now the suit of armor is the prosecutor because the desk is still there. I'm back. Yeah. That was like one of those like porn pictures, but it's obscured by all of the circles, and it turns out that it's not porn. It's just like a girl in a bikini or something. but it was suggestively looped. Let's see. Again, like, this is the third time we've had a proc at Criminal Affairs.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecution's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. But Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? ...
Chad Emma. Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top, and Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Mr. Dick! Oh, hey, Dick! Keep up the good work!
Yes, sir!
Let's go out to for lunch again sometime, my treat!
Yes, sir!
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir! It seems like you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Mr. Dick! Mr. Dick Gumshoe!
Actually, I took a look at that file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final... Oh, the only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. I hate when I'm reading it correctly, and I think I read it wrong, and then I repeat it, only to find that I said it correctly the first time. I just want to punch myself in the face. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl.
Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with a murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look at all... Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Or lack thereof.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. About this.
Hey, is that?
It's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that?
Why were we just carrying it around? I thought it was just a picture. We just have it in our pocket?
Ever since that case was closed, the knife has been locked away in a locker.
On the day that Detective Gumshoe, oh no, I just killed Gumshoe! On the day that Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's muffler.
That's it! Now I remember that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again, like a goldfish. So, isn't it a misconception that goldfish have short memory spans? Like Dory. Dory. We're gonna say Dory from... No, I don't want to move. I don't want to move. The murder weapon. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
I mean, having a memory of a few months isn't great for a human being. You can still say you have a goldfish memory. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look at it to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside of the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with a car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed the man that witnessed it. Oh, he's just gonna skip through it, huh?
Okay, he's a spree killer. Why didn't you let me click that? Why did you do that of your own volition? Why? He killed a bunch of people. I would have liked to say that myself, Gumshoe. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. That's not a serial killing, though. It's a spree killing, though, isn't it? Like, the definition. At least that's what all of the crime shows that I've watched have taught me.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you could ask Chief Kent. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right?
It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into the office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yeah, that is a horrible security system. For the chief, like the chief's office, anybody can get in as long as they have an ID. Like, it doesn't matter about the clearance level. That's a little fishy. Yes, there's one number left to investigate. At 4:20 Blaze It PM. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number. Officer. 7777777. Oh, 7777777. That's 17 too many, detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. What could we show him? He already knows about this, so it can't be that. The only thing I could think was the thing with the thing. Where? Maybe this? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh! So it's not that. You know what? We're just gonna do the classic. I've been studying up on those files. Why is F capitalized? There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice, I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. It was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dart guilty. Yeah, we're gonna show him the old attorney badge. Not what I wanted to do, but I wanted to see what the underside looked like anyway. Detective, here's my attorney badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge, nuff said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering why the award is a shield. And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently, he's forgotten. Okay. He's looked at all of these before. Okay. Maybe we don't have what we need to show him. Let's see if Edgeworth's in. Yeah! I was right. I'm gonna eat this Uncrustable. Got a delicious Uncrustable. Still cold. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Yum, yum, yum.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw the paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live with the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
No. Yum, yum. Let me finish chewing. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I want to know what that piece of paper is that you threw on the floor. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault!
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Like blackmailing fucking Gumshoe into letting me into the office. 'Cause that's what it's gonna be for. No.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact.
I can. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If the bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep his this kind of emotion bottled up. Poor guy.
Nom, 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 nom. Boom, boom. Let's get some water.
Okay. I've drank my water. My throat feels a little better. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists?
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. I see, so you're telling me to show him the picture of the award. I guess we'll find out about the award now. Bum, bum, bum. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Oh, squeaky, so creaky. I need to oil that.
Yes?
I did show the picture to Gumshoe, and he didn't have much to say about it. That's not what I need to show him. I need to show him Edgeworth's letter of resignation, almost certainly.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was the official prosecutor's trophy. That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago.
Fishy. Fishy that it was specifically 2 years ago.
There's a story behind its design.
A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on.
Contradiction?
This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale.
An ancient Chinese tale.
In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me?
Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed would slice through any shield or armor, and the second was a shield he claimed would withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict one another.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out to the merchant, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day that Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So, you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
That's fishy!
Whoop.
Is Angel Star here? Excuse me.
Yes, she is. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Just uncooked.
Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked the cow's nipple to discover milk.
What the fuck? What? She's into some kinky shit.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this case was involved in the SL9 incident. Yeah, cow milkies. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with the knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
What does roast beef have to do with this?
Miss Star's hatred toward Lana.
It all dates back 2 years ago. Lots of chatting today.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Oh my god. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary duo.
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation and with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean?
Oh yes, there were rumors about him, even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever been able to, would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it's obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough. What? I'm proof I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Even Alana transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on matters.
She was being used? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief. She always just says one word. She just chimes in just to say one thing. Or just like somebody's name.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same.
Yes, there's a lot of paimonning going on, huh? Edgeworth did some paimonning, and now she is, and now we're gonna go to talk to Gumshoe, and I'm sure he's gonna a little bit. There's a lot of Basil exposition going on, as I say, for those that have watched the Austin Powers movies.
Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's the only logical thing to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Come on, Gumshoe, don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Hi, TTNB. Ah, it's fine. You can just watch the VOD later. I'm tempted. I hope you enjoyed your food.
I gotta admire your persistency. But my answer's still no.
Huh?
I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Like present him with Edgeworth's resignation.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you.
Let's go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-na-na.
Here we go, Mr. Wright. Beep, 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 beep. Hacker voice.
I'm in.
If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm gonna need to bail me out. What is he doing here? Gah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card?
Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly even get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
No.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay. If you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's
enhance. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 777. He's 77777777. The murderer has been uncovered. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal?
77777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean
77777777? No, 77777776 that time.
that ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes, what a terrible thing. Who uses that as their fucking safe password?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shot of a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too.
What's this?
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. I almost said that it's gumshoe. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up that design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it was just a thought.
I mean, he does have evidence, They did say he had a miraculous tendency to just have the exact evidence he needed, you know? So, I'm eyebrow raising. Is this evidence real or did he make it? Is that it? Is this all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shot from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two pieces related to the SL9 case? Come on, there's got to be something we can do to show the detective. That's no cup, Gumshoe. It's an oversized voice.
Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum.
One moment. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see the shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what you've got. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. That rhymes. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. It could be evidence against him, you're right. We'll see. What? What? Combine. There it is. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But,
hey guys, get a load of this.
what is it?
This piece just... The piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. That's impressive for blood to be that bright red, considering it's been 2 years, but okay. I'll bite. I'll suspend my disbelief for you.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide something like this in his safe?
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stain on the others is just pieces and spots, but this one has a line. That's odd. That's it? Yeah, chain of custody. Yeah. No, I keep clicking present instead of court record. I didn't want to go back. I want to click around. You're gonna make me slide first? We got blued. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Okay. He stuffed something in his desk. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Is he compensating for something? Speaking of which, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this was doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists were twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must have been hiding something about that case. It would appear so. What's on this other half of the list? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh. Oh, huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Fishy? Looks a lot like, what Emma said she saw. And she did say she drew a picture when she was 14. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief prosecutor doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it! I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes! No, Emma! That's called tax evasion! You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful what you say.
You know, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
This was Lana Sky's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends They were the stuff that legends were made of. Blah, 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 blah.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Is she da da da? That's what the chief was reading before, right? You know, when we first came in? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the forms were torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look on the back of the form, pal.
The back? I already did! They're gonna make me do it again? I already know what's back there! I wonder what this is. Someone drew a sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep it very quiet for now. Oh no, it's nothing. desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any remaining clues. That's fishy. Can I ask you something? Everything's fishy. Everything. Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No! No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. I don't really have any intention of playing any wrestling games. Maybe someday? If there's enough interest in it and enough people would like me to play it, I will, but I won't do it of my own volition. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant.
So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. He is the suspect. He's got to be the murderer.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Okay, are we gonna talk about what's on the back of the paper now? I guess not.
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Ugh, got to stay positive. I want him to talk about that picture on the back. And, okay, let me save, because it's been a while. He only has 2 talking points. So we have to figure out something.
I feel a lot better now that that jar is complete.
But it only raises another question. What was the piece doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for, anyway?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Let's examine some more.
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing in the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in his ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment.
Literally.
But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window
when he gets fired.
Don't say that! These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Why did she leave that? That's mean. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. That day Joe Dark came out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving this award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with the Chief Gant to question Dog. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
No shit.
Okay, I think we've looked at literally everything in here. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor...
At first, the Chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it is a huge window. Okay, now we've looked at everything. Wait, no. Wow, look at the size of... No, we've already looked at Chief Gant's desk. We found this inside of the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We'd better look a little more into this list. I guess I can show it to Edgeworth, even though it feels strange to leave and then break in again later. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. Oh, you don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I'll pass on the tea. Just let me know about the case. We've seen this already.
I guess he doesn't care. Okay, she's got 4. What about you? Do you care about this? Attorneys? No, she doesn't care. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. She always has to hit you with the Lana. Detective Marshall. Prosecutor Marshall. What am I missing? Why does it not matter how many times I've checked this? Woo, check. I wonder what this is. Someone drew it. I can't believe it. I can't make it out. And there's still nothing talking about it. God damn it. There's some arbitrary trigger that we're not finding. Time to do the old show him everything. I've been studying those files. I showed him that already. All I can think is like fingerprints and luminol. Are you gonna tell me what's in the safe? What about the other thing that was in the safe? Couldn't we fingerprint it? The only other thing I can think is that we're missing something luminally. Why won't it let me get the floor? God damn it. Okay, we're gonna have to do it. I guess it's like the only other thing I can think is we can go talk to Lana again. But I didn't see her having anything to say. Eurixia is right. This case really is a just fucking... Does she have anything to... No? Can I... I tried to show her this and she yelled at me! What about this? No? That's not even evidence, it's a picture! It's a photograph! Bah! Okay. My one last attempt. They wouldn't let me look inside of the safe again to look at the leather so I could suggest the fingerprinting. My only other idea is that I can present the fingerprinting kit, even though that makes no sense to me. Like, why would he react to a fingerprinting kit? What does the fingerprinting kit have to do with the evidence itself? You're fucking shitting me. Are you serious? Oh my god. What the hell? This game is stupid. I'm so done. Woosa. Okay. Okay. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Everything I say is angry right now. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hands like that? Yes, Eurexia, I'm salty. I am some over-salted French fries. Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. It's just... This was my problem. How would we immediately know that it links to that when every other instance of us trying to do this in the game, it penalizes us for thinking like that? Ooh, I'm getting angry again. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm calmed. Calm yourself, Iago. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. You ready? You ready to dump some salt and or cocaine on there? What are you, my mom? I don't need to have to be told for the millionth time. Alright, let's get this over with. Gotta make sure it's nice and covered, like you're baking a cake. You need to powder your surface so the dough... Oops! I moved the window. So that the dough doesn't stick to your surface. That would be a shame. You gotta be very thorough. Okay, you ready? You ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, no! I messed up! Okay, 1, 2, 3. Clearly, my lung capacity was bad on the first one. Alright, let's figure out who it is. It's not Damon Gant. It's not Officer Meekins. It's not Jake Marshall. It's not Bruce Goodman. It's not Dick Gumshoe. It's not Lana Skye. Oh? Emma? What are you doing here, Emma? No. How can this be?
What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark prints.
Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on there? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thank you for your ID card. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get our hands on some evidence.
Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Eek!
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs.
I am a man who believes in signs.
As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop your ID off on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Yes, sir!
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you, the one with the without the spiky, wait, the one without the spiky hair? The one without the spiky hair. Oh, okay, Emma. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright! I would not leave her alone with that man.
Look, pal, if I've got you, okay, yeah, like I would just, she might end up murdered. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said yes.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about this all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here now.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now is my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Showing evidence isn't going to do me any good now. I've got to get Lana to tell me everything she's hiding? What? Mr. Wright, you're evolving by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to see the hunger in your eyes. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask this person you're speaking of is? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think? What you think you know? Damon Gant. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is a respectable person, assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind these forgeries. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame, all of the blame, for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside of the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite that what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct.
I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon was still the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead. My hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon was used to stab the detective. The weapon was used to... No, I said it right. God damn it. The weapon was used to stab the detective. Was evidence in... It's written wrong! Okay, I'm not crazy. The detective... the weapon that was used to stab the detective in the Joe Dark case. If words got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So much exposition right now. So, you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. This is like just apex levels fucking exposition. Oh my god. So, you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside of my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... No, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So, your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Are we done? Thank God. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything.
Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Okay, we got a to be continued. How bad is this, like, just this trial part gonna be? That's the real question. How intense is this gonna be? The final day. The final day, like we're playing Majora's Mask. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any case, once all the doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Let me drink some water. My mouth is dry. I've got a dry mouth. Nice and cold. Okay. Yes, that's what I did.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Huh? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is it that is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney.
The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation.
Hi, Knight! You missed all of the frickin' exposition. Oh my god, there was so much exposition. I've been talking way more than usual. So much less investigating, so much more talking about the same points over and over again.
Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright feels otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for a verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Not suspicious at all, right? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal has been struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? For who? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. He's just perpetually threatening everybody. Could he be more clearly guilty? I'm fucking flummoxed. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by its reins. The reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, my name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
What a boring serial killer name for your, like, massacre. Like, Joe Dark killings. I'm pretty sure that they would have come up with something more catchy. Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave up fast.
Now, please
now, please testify about what happened 2 years ago. Whoops. It's bound to lead to the truth behind the trial.
I had a message on a messaging app. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Marshall's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire his courage, considering he has no evidence. One moment, I have to respond to a message. Okay. Very well. The defense will continue on its cross-examination.
2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
We're gonna press everything. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was the second in command under the deputy chief of the police, Gant. Then, my sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecution's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. What was what? I looked at this too late. What was the message? It was somebody talking to me about air frying hot dogs and hamburgers.
A man?
Somebody was very surprised that you could air fry hamburgers and it's just 10 minutes and you walk away and they're delicious. And I'm like, that doesn't surprise me. Air fryers are fantastic. But I won't shill for air fryers anymore. You all know how I feel about air fryers. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that we could that would lead to an arrest.
Air fryers are great.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from the outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Neil Marshall rescued me.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during the dark questionings. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when I shouldn't be laughing, this is Dark. But why did they name him Joe Dark? That's like Joe Bad Guy. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Soul Bad Guy. Yeah, the same vibe. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on, and the lightning struck nearby. So, the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about it when I saw them.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So, you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness?
Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, she would mind. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What is this?
Stabby stab. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. dun, 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 dun.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case was ever reached you.
What? What?
What?
Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what the Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head like a frog.
If this evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. Calm down, Edgeworth, calm down. There is indeed something drawn on the back of this list. Is that it? That thing? I'm meant to eat your brains. Don't you want to donate your brains to this?
That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room!
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Let's have some water. I'm gonna try to go until the end of this case today. I don't know if we'll make it. Because it seems like it's gonna be a long trial. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your brain.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark was... This clearly shows Joe Dark.
This clearly shows Joe Dark. Oh, Joe Dark about to murder the prosecutor. Okay. I was very confused.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
We're gonna press everything.
Press.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness? But can you please tell us why this picture is painted on all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright. I was knocked to the floor, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me when Mr. Marshall jumped on him. I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry that you didn't witness a murder?
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for the split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking this so many times. What are you? Are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced by in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anybody's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. It's gonna be the last one. Because that is an awful blunt knife, you know? Let's see. What do we have to present? I mean, I guess. Would it be the knife or the autopsy report? Let's save. always safe. Let's try the knife. Not the knife, okay. Good thing I saved. Alright, let's try the autopsy report. Why it wasn't the knife, I'll never know. But whatever. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction to us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
I feel like it's gonna be the knife. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife and the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip's broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside of the victim's body. And if it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh!
Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the evidence, the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutor Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon.
There must be another broken knife. What are the chances that there are two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? And there is another one. I remember one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
Their murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside of this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award that Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in this drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. But that being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order!
Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. It's actually a halberd, but we're not going to mince words here. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have to be Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list?
The one with that...
Picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. I'm here to eat all of your brains out. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside of me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. Nope, it's back. The song is back and it's gonna be stuck in your head. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. when I saw that man raise his knife. I panicked and rushed forward and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. I didn't even get a chance to look at it. I was looking at frickin' OBS. Gosh darn it. Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're really getting to the core of the matter. It seems that way. Okay. When I saw the man with the knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then I saw a blue badger, huh? Okay. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I drew a picture of him here. Right. But it was the chief of the detectives who thought up this hideous beast. Oh, that was the wrong voice. It was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother.
Just when you thought that things had caused enough commotion. That thing, not that things.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't dancing. He wasn't in the room, but his shadow sure was. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face? With the winning smile and all? His smile's so creepy. That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw in that when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. Blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Where is it? There it is. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's, what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't, as it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However,
what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle. Okay. I think that's good. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger, and how much this song makes your ears bleed. It's like a Nightmare ice cream truck song.
No, it can't be! Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. Why didn't I order bananas when I went and got groceries? That's my question. Me, Cream. I am craving a banana right now, and I don't have any. So, yeah, I'm a little upset.
What's your point? What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see,
this changes everything.
Indeed, very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The location.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Very well. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified to so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright?
The reason was I needed to take a sip of water right now. I need water. I need to be hydrated. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent that jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact of the man that the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction that the shelf was sitting, the shelf was sitting on, blah, blah, what would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place
as the defense theorizes,
then the outcome is obvious.
In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually to prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Poor Emma. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Good.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
How can you think it was Emma?
How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you,
Mr. Edgeworth, I had no idea what you're talking about. Have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet that you don't. Yes, it would certainly be difficult to prove this with evidence.
And we don't have evidence.
Water.
Feeling parched.
Then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work out in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify unless you have Maya there and then dead people could testify. Why don't more dead people testify? This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message.
Yeah, it's fair. I can understand why they wouldn't let people fucking get dead people to testify after DL6 because freaking Miles Edgeworth's dad didn't even know who killed him. He just assumed.
For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court records. The real murderer's name that the victim left behind. It's called Save. That's the real murderer's name, Save. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us this piece of evidence that conveys a message to from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would, because it's a fucking psychopath.
Looks like everybody's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yep, cardboard cutout will, but fucking parrot will. You can test the parrot can testify, but not the dead people. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
And yes, I also love when they work together in the pursuit of truth, because one truth prevails. It's always good to see that Edgeworth has a spine.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly.
Oh, Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. That blood must have seeped into the jar right where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us that answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. The murderer's name. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've always been thinking about saving Lana. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ack!
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial killer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on in the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I think... I feel like this last trial... I feel like this is still gonna go on for a significant amount of time, so I can't do the rest of it today. I'm pretty sure, like, we still have a few people to interrogate. There's gonna be Lana and there's gonna be Gant. So yeah, we'll just do this next time. I'm a little tired in terms of my voice this week. I'm a little out of breath. Wheezing. Not literally wheezing, but yeah. I'm gonna take some more water. I can try. Let's see. Let me see how much longer the case is gonna go on. I'm not gonna read the spoilers, but I'm gonna look at a guide to see how long it's gonna go. Okay. Okay, we just unveiled the Emma truth. So, one... Okay, there's another recess. Okay. We might be able to manage it. Okay, okay. There's one recess that's gonna happen again, and then there's one more part of the case. I think we can swing it. I think we can do it. Let's go. Let's be done. I want to finish the game today. We're going. I'm strong. Send me your positive vibrations. I'm big. I'm strong. I'm huge. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupted anything, pals. Always Gumshoe. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it, if you call me here, I've seen happy people at funerals.
He says that every time. I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is...
Hi! Is your... Maritan? Jesus Samaritan. Jesus Samaritan. Okay. Hi, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in your trial today.
Is this like evidence law for dummies? I also think there should be a VTuber category. I think it's silly. They try to say, oh, it's like falling under something where it's like, oh, it's not the content, it's like the person's avatar. But VTubing is in itself a certain type of content, in my opinion. That's a whole nother thing. It's stupid that they don't let you have it, and I, for one, would prefer to watch VTubers. It would be nice to be able to find them with more ease. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the two rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also asked me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough reading. Okay, let's go give the book a thorough reading. No evidence will be shown without the proof. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I see. I see, Wiener.
Okay. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting here in that prosecutor's seat, despite all of these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with the forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into a dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. And for me, it takes some goldfish crackers that I'm going to go and reach for. They're over here on my bed. I'm gonna eat a goldfish cracker. It's gonna swim into my mouth. Yum. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. This is where you say, you should have had a substantial lunch before you started streaming. And I will say, yeah, probably, but I never do. It thinks that my hand is a bag of goldfish crackers right now. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for your news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everybody's been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense will accept the prosecution's proposal.
Well, it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with this? And with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind... I said that as the judge. Whoops. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation! So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with that grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Am I gonna get penalized if I press everything? Let me save. He seems like the type to be a jerk. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up the power outage. I didn't hear anything about a power outage previously. We're just gonna press everything and see how it goes. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. And you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana
Sky, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
To make a long story short, he slipped up, and the power outage didn't help. So, the two of you ran immediately after him?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and then I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when the knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny. Could you tell us about what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was
also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
Yeah, seriously. He's really letting his own, like, sociopathic tendencies show right now.
Apparently she had already arranged a crime scene.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means You found the body near Lana's desk?
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that had really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Fishy, fishy. Whoops. I skipped one. That forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at your witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're really going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court records. Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the evidence. Would it be the fact that he had it hidden in his frickin' locker? I feel like it has to be. The jar? The jar that had Emma's name on it? No, I don't want to look at it. I want to present it. Yeah. I'm smart. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list that I presented earlier was actually found inside of your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these why did I say particular? Oh my god. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both convenient. Why did I say convenient instead of concrete? What is my brain doing today? It's mush! My brain has turned into mush! Also, when did my camera do that? Strange. Boop. It was lifted. Hi, Capel. Welcome. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Our concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Blah, 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 blah. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why do I have anything to do with this?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do it too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see. What is it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted these in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating this crime scene... Yeah, basically. I have a feeling it's gonna be the drawing. You should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Edgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh?
What are these guys, telepathic? Oh, we're not playing, the Ace Attorney Chronicles. That's not out yet, is it? I think I saw it go up for pre-order on, Steam. I'm gonna buy it, though. I want to do all of the games, so it's on the list. This is the very first one, the last case in it. Okay, what's this doofus gonna pull out of his ass? I mean, it did help him. He has had Lana under his, I don't know if I'll play it on release date. We'll see. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter in terms of chronology compared to the rest of them. So I can play it on release without having to worry about mucking up the timeline, since all of the other ones you sort of have to play in order. But yeah, I'd love to play it on release date. We'll see. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. I'm definitely gonna play. It's gonna be great. I'm really looking forward to it because I've wanted to play that game for years. Like, I've wanted to play it since it was announced in Japan, and like it just never got localized. And to think the reason that it didn't get localized was because Sherlock Holmes was in it. So they called him Herlock Sholmes. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all of this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police, not prosecutors. That's Lana.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured you your promotion to chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 case merely sped the inevitable up a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So, that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. I hate that they made him so evil, because I love his design. But he's so evil that I can't even enjoy it. He's like comically evil, but he's a good villain still. Like, he's definitely a corrupt police officer. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do! Demon gent. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. I mean... Oh no, I didn't want to skip it, I wanted to press it! Okay. Oh, god damn it, I did it again. Okay. Okay, press. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it could benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe that Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana Sky. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky would be appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? Welcome home, Eurexia. He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his own puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? God damn it, Judge. Please. Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding? Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, Is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. Boop, 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 boop.
I'm afraid without any proof, this is all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone had been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean? Oh, so the judge is starting to catch on to the threats? It took long enough. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Alana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh?
Come on, Judge. Keep up. We're not going that fast. Yeah, seriously. I understand that you're old, but you're not that old. I mean, bald and bearded, but still. Water. I've almost gone through my entire bottle. That's rare.
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank and title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
It's gotta be this, right?
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
That's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list.
Chief Gant,
you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Look at him. He's sweating. He's starting to worry.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright will be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
But But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor.
This trial's purpose is to determine the truth.
If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime,
then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet the Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Aha! Handwritten document dated 2/21 can only be submitted by the Chief of Police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Gant.
Chief Gant, you didn't!
Gah.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Yeah, he gets struck by lightning. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of the Detective Goodman's body. The Detective Goodman's body. Okay.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana's
stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all of the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And it's super obvious that you made Edgeworth go back so you could put it in his fucking car because you asked him for the screwdriver, you literal ninny. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved the detective's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took of the prosecutor's office. At the prosecutor's office. Bleh, bleh. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Oh, it was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time is up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination's not finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? Yet. No proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, G. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Wright. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to— Okay, I picked the wrong answer. I did the wrong thing.
Oh, maybe not!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
I picked the right thing! Yay! Woo! A lady who knows the truth, another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all of the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. And her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ah, this isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Yeah, seriously. He's just sitting here and blackmailing people in broad daylight in a courthouse like it's no big deal.
Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
And I'm in recess to eat 5 goldfish crackers. Only 5. Yum. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Yum, yum, yum. And I'll have some water. Though my water stores are running low, so I'm starting to reserve. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief. He's something else, eh, pal?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office!
My office?
Sure. I'll take that place. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. I'm gonna save. It's been a while since I saved. I saved the game. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks?
What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, it was Emma. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So, she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister has been blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment to the chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal, 'cause we live in a society.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait No. I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
We're almost there. Living on a prayer. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Demonetized. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. A 5-hour stream. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Now then, will the defendant... Whoa, this is the wrong voice. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything.
You know all that I've done these past 2 years. provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I arranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I don't believe you. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that would mean Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself for me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister, and I'm a mind reader, so I can see your subtext. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it. Do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. Gasp! I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. You wouldn't have been charged with anything. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. She. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When I found Mark, okay. But why? Okay, this says why. Okay. So you arranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying! Looks like she's determined to protect you to the very end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arranged the crime scene?
It seems I was the first to discover the scene.
The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life.
That award would not be able to penetrate somebody's flesh.
Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. But why?
Yes, he does continue to. She does just read his thoughts forever. But why? Why would you do that? 3 people said why. She's a fucking mind reader. It's funny. Maya doesn't even have that ability, and she's a fucking spirit medium.
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
Why did you move the body?
When you showed up at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The piece of the jar that shattered during the event was threatened to my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course. It had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar had just been broken during the struggle.
What's the matter, Emma? I can see what's the matter. She had no reason to wipe the blood off of it if she didn't know it said fucking Emma's name. And she doesn't seem to be hiding that she wiped the blood off of it. Or maybe I'm just dumb. I don't know. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction in here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motive was to get Dark convicted, and had nothing to do with Emma.
We're back to this. Let's present the jar. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
Or maybe she did wipe the blood away. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you
have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes. The prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it would not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are heading.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
The jar and the message in blood.
I immediately noticed the traces of blood on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out, blah blah blah. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got all of them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
She's sure she got all of them, huh?
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't the chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
All the pieces, huh? Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you are unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In Chief Gant's safe? But how?
I knew it! She really didn't know! There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us the only one explanation. On the night prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first person to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Plot twist!
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth the whole time. Ha! Can you believe that?
Yes, I can. You're dumb.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would...
It went off. Okay. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer for us?
Wait, I'm not going on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness.
Yeah, I think he forgot that he's not being prosecuted.
He needed to break the jar and purposefully hid. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterward, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending his aid, air quotes, aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Not puffet. No, I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer any more for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anybody. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth.
Poor fucking Phoenix. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. I don't know. I kind of like the whip-related abuse, but that's just enjoyable for me. I like seeing Phoenix in pain, but like the kinky kind of pain, not emotional pain. That's sad. I wouldn't want that. Maybe if it's the right circumstances. You know me and my predilections.
What do you mean, Wright?
So, oh my god. Okay. Deep breaths. Okay. So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Okay. Oh my god. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. No, I can't. My hand tracking doesn't go out that far. This is the best I can do. If I point forward, then my hand goes away. So it's like that's the best we can do. Well, but I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is still a possibility that it will, and if you tell the truth, if you tell the truth.
Very well.
I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Almost there. Almost there. People down here think okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all of the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all that really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. She is. She's innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
She only gave me one thing this morning. I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in it somewhere. Bum bum. Wait. Let me get my soundboard so I can do this properly. Properly. There you go. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my! This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from the vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside of Chief Gant's safe? There is something fishy about it. I don't know if you guys can spot it, but I did. This is the handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. No, you're wrong, Emma. You're wrong. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Yeah, somebody pushed him, but it didn't mean somebody killed him. Push and the kill are two different things. The one time she doesn't read his mind, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put the picture up on the screen. Do you guys see anything strange here? I see something strange here. I'll give you like 20 seconds to chime in. And after that, I'm gonna say what it is. Yeah. There sure is blood on his undershirt. There sure is blood on his undershirt where there shouldn't be blood. Meaning that the sequence of events is kind of fucked here. It means that he died after that hole was fucking cut out of his vest. So, this is proof. This is the nail in Gant's coffin. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. The chief made sure that her handprint was there, cut out the handprint, and then put his fucking body on the sword.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene. Yes, and keep it for blackmail purposes. Whoop. Oh,
Look who's back. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out to be the bad guy too?
I'm the bad guy.
yeah, as if a 14-year-old could push a grown-ass man with enough strength to fucking penetrate his lung with a sword.
If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, have a nice popcorn, maybe a glass of wine, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Oh! So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all of the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean... you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? Do you have something to show us? You do have something to show us. Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
No, he thinks he's clever, but he's just fucking... He's tightening the noose around his own neck. He thinks he's so smart. This is where his fucking knowledge runs out. I couldn't submit it because evidence law, bitch. If I show that piece of evidence now, you'll prove that... No, she's not gonna be made out to be the murderer. She couldn't have.
Come on, don't be a fucking head full of cotton balls loser. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence to present now, and if they're present it now, god damn it.
Yes, I'll save. Oh, you're smart.
If you have any more evidence to present, Mr. Wright, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. You gotta show it. Which one do I do? Okay. Show evidence. It's gonna be show evidence. All right. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
No.
No.
Now then, let's see this.
Let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows that who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes. It's most likely. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest.
What's this?
There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Those fingerprints out there, whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's.
What?
They're mine? So I really did do it. No, you didn't.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
Objection! But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But
Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
did I pick the wrong option?
It appears we have our killer.
No! No!
Everything hinged on that point. In the end, okay, yeah. So say you don't. Okay, you're supposed to say you don't, and it's supposed to be evidence law. Okay. Okay. We gotta let him bury himself. Let's let him bury himself. Cannot show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside!
Yeah, now he's fucking himself hard. He just fucked himself with a huge dick.
The conclusive evidence!
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show it to them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
I sure do, but not the same thing that you do.
It looks like a part of it.
It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason.
Yeah, we have to wait for the police to link the evidence to the crime. Yeah, you're right. I didn't read that part. I mean, I read it, but I forgot it, because I'm dumb. Dumb blonde moment.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive on the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use this situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That when you saw the scene.
When she saw the scene.
That when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So, you assisted Lana Sky, insisted. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those 2 items in your safe?
But
Why?
for insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always been too. Oh my god.
Deep breath.
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go wipe the blood off of all the pieces.
I don't know. It might be Von Karma levels of maliciousness. You see, Von Karma killed 1 person. This guy killed 2 people. I think he's actually worse than Von Karma. This guy killed 2 people, made Edgeworth use forged evidence that he didn't know was forged, blackmailed Lana for 2 years straight and used her as a puppet, and tried to pin it all on a 14-year-old fucking girl. I'm pretty sure this guy is actually worse than Von Karma. This is where you say, well, when you say it like that.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too?
What all Von Karma did, now it's still deplorable, was kill somebody in his sleep. Okay, so Von Karma killed somebody in their sleep and made them, whoop, hi, welcome. I will calm down and chill out. He killed somebody in their sleep and made them think that the sun did the killing. And also, was like their mentor. Fucking, who knows what other shit Gant did to get to where he is now. He did this all really, like, off the cuff, flippantly. He, framing a 14-year-old girl for a murder that he committed, and then blackmailing her sister into doing all sorts of illicit activity. Maybe they're just different sides of the same coin. Maybe they're equally as evil as each other. It's difficult.
Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So, you admit it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off of the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right, then, let's see the conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests the immediate. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis.
The handprint on the leather. There must be a strong impact for it to have left it so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic and conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. After I take this sip of water. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Down to me taking a sip of water.
The person who these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma?
Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove the prosecutor marshal to his death.
No, she didn't. How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky,
you knew whose fingerprints were... Okay. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ah, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Nah, I'm good. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
what?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Tyrannical. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took, but take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked in blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
No!
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armored sword. Then, to make it look like Emma Sky was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you, personally, cut this bloodless piece of cloth out of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over.
Objection! That was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
And this is where we present the book, the children's book.
Order! What is this nonsense?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth.
So then, what's your excuse, Righto?
You don't, or you do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, this piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
That's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Letchworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It's not illegal. An officer, a police officer just verified it for us. It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not! I did no such thing. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal!
Objection! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved with presenting evidence.
No, Aji, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward. You can't really... There is only one issue left to resolve in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present this evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, you can do so now. Book, where's the book?
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. For dummies.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Gah.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of police department.
Okay, so it's not rule 1. It's rule 2. He had to prove it. That's why I thought that I had to, like, release it. Because you could see that it was that cloth. But I guess that's still, since it's a black and white photo, it's still, technically, it could not be it. I found this piece of evidence myself inside of your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter.
You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and...
Yeah, that's what I did. Sorry, but can you recall when was that photo presented? Oh, yeah.
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes.
Got him.
Gotcha. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could have been. Damon Gant. The killer was you. You ready? You ready? It's gonna happen. let me take a sip of water first. It's about to come. Okay.
Ooh. I knew I should have gotten rid of him.
I have water. I have a little water left. Ah, thank you.
That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted me to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star and then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the detective...
What was his voice?
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out.
What are you going to talk?
What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
"It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall."
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor I didn't even realize my vital mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of this.
He's acting like this was his first murder. This is his second murder! You can't...
Then, you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car inside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So, you took the evidence from the Detective Goodman's locker. The Detective Goodman, again. The detective was a good man. He just wanted to make things right.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I'm better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
I don't know, you did pretty good with your first fucking... No, that's not true. He should have waited to cut out that vest. All of this wouldn't have happened if he had waited to cut out that piece of vest. But he was like, no, I needed to be pristine. Or maybe he thought, like, he wouldn't puncture a lung. Maybe that's what it is.
They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. Same thing. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. you'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, gee.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anybody. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
And then she smiles for the first time in the case.
Yes! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these last few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
Thank you for the head pats. I did good. I did it.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job.
He can't take a compliment. Oh, poor boy's shy. How adorable.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. The credits music for this case is really good. I love the credits music for this case.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
I agree. This is a 5-hour and 18-minute stream.
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
Not guilty. Woo! Party! Yeah! Woo!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. No, she canceled the happy music. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Oh god, here we go again. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all around while on duty? And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma,
I owe you an apology.
it's okay, sis. You don't have to worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis,
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
but sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding that I believed what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you.
Sis,
I'm such a fool. It took me all of this time to realize it. Emma, I'm just so sorry.
but sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back to me. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma!
You're so cute. So cute. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Wise words, Phoenix. At least that's what I felt watching these two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe?
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday.
Not yet. We have not seen her again yet. We've seen Emma again. Haven't seen Lana.
Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
Yeah, his job is reinstated.
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them all down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise wouldn't have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Me? Huh? Oh, yeah, so totally. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Evidence law? I don't know. Wait. Is this? 'Cause the two sides were taped together. Yeah. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence, and I had the other half. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. He's got videotapes to return.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. Blah, blah. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now,
is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation for dummies. Scientific investigation for dummies?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has been pretty much ended my days as a prosecution's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back in the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes again with Emma.
No, not so far.
Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Yikes! I thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
So much flour and or cocaine.
Meekins.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partners keep an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though, someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can go and be like Dick Gumshoe.
It was a really hard case, but it was fun. I enjoyed the whole first game. Looking forward to doing the second game. We're gonna take a break between them. Like next Sunday, we're gonna finish up Katamari probably. I still want to eat your brains. I'm gonna smack you with my billy club, and I'm going to take your brains from you. Why are we lingering on this loser? Thank God he's dead. Thank goodness. and the world rejoiced. An ancient evil has been defeated.
What is it? Can't you see that I'm having a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this one in for me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
I have to read these so fast.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I've put a new lunch on the menu. The Right Way lunch. Top layer tastes of bitter defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around the exam times. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
See, the case name might not be Turnabout, but she said Turnabout. She said the word.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he'd be doing something other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to. I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
It's like when Illidan says,
You are not prepared.
he said the meme, he said the word. Thanks! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. I like the jazz version of this a lot. Yep.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought your tea.
What's going on?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. You gonna make me rotate it? What? Oh, I forgot about this. Whoa. Baby Lana and Emma. When she was new on the force. Whoa, so cute. Okay, that's it. We officially finished the first game. That's the last case. We did the thing. Okay. Thanks for coming. It was a long stream. We almost hit 6 hours again. my throat is a little sore, but it'll be okay. I just need some water. Some invisible water. I'm glad that we got the closure we all deserve. Let's see. Who's around to raid? Let's raid Zentreya. We can all go together. I'm looking forward to doing this. We're doing Mario Kart again tomorrow. Don't forget that. And Pokemon Snap. So I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. I've avoided playing Pokemon Snap again because I wanted to do it on stream. And it was hard because I really like Pokemon Snap. Okay. I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Where's my other hand? Hand? There it is. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah, mwah. Bye.